Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, October the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys in the main room can hear me and see my screen. Somebody in YouTube, YouTube, maybe you could do the same for me. Just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen in our YouTube stream. Thank you very much. Well, guys, yeah, Beyond Meat is Beyond Me again. I know it's corny, but my goodness, another 91%. Well, that's what we kind of thought. William, I thought this was probably in a meme stock. Certainly here. Maybe even after the second day, you know, is short squeeze talk and meme stock buzz, etc. Now, this flowers to be a meme stock in theory, to me anyway, though it's not necessarily the case must be something that's people are somewhat aware of. So yeah, people are are definitely aware of Beyond Meat. I'm looking at this FLWS. I have no idea if it's a meme stock, but I don't, or if it's going to turn into one. Maybe a little too late, but I don't see any news on it, and it is a high float, high short float. 36% is short. So I don't know. I don't because I don't see any news on it. You know, I do not see any news. I see that, Obi, yeah. Um, I don't see any news on it. So thank you, Dorf, in our YouTube room. Unless somebody can find me some news on flowers, but again, flowers, I don't think it has the same mass, not appeal, but knowledge that Beyond Meat does. But here it is, and I don't see any news on it, and it's a little too. And but look at that short flow, 36% is short. Well, I don't know about that, but you might be right, Z. I mean, they have earnings on the 30th, but I don't. I mean, Flowers has been, you know, it's been in such a big downturn for such a long time now. I, 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 I mean, anything is possible. You're right. Now this one, here's another one. I don't see any news on it. I've seen it a few days in the past, but here's another one. You know, look at this short float, 65%, and this is AIRE. Maybe it's going to turn into a, though I don't think most people probably never heard of this one before, but it is over $1. I don't see any news on it. Now, what I do see some news on is DraftKings. I don't know if you caught that, guys. Hasn't moved that much. It's up 3%. So they're getting into the predictive business. I was wondering when they were going to do that. Buying some company called Railbird. Railbird. And so that is, yeah, so this is the news I'm hearing. So, of course, this is this predictive company, Kalshi. Polymarket adds to pressure on sport betting companies. The NHL deal. And I'm just trying to see if I see that news about DraftKings. I'm gonna have to read more about this stuff. Yeah, Netflix. I have this scratch down here. I'm not gonna trade it, but yeah. Well, I wonder what the ETF for Netflix. Yeah, look at Netflix down $96, 7.5%, 7.7%. Earnings earnings play after hours yesterday. Price target cut to $1,400 from $1,500. Well, you're below that now, so that's from Wedbush. Yeah, how it's branded, PJ, really doesn't make any difference to me. I mean, it's nice to say, okay, this is a meme stock or this is a short squeeze. You know, it's just a matter of looking at the chart and who cares what it's called, really. That's my opinion. Somebody out there might say that's crazy. That's fine. Donut, yeah, DNUT. Before I do that one though, William, here's another one for you. I don't know if you're taking a look at ARCT, another one that just got hammered down, cut in half basically. after mid-stage trial data obviously disappoints. So this is ARCT. I'm wondering what your feelings on this one is, or are ARCT. In terms of branding things, Monica, yeah, I mean, who cares? I mean, the chart is a chart is a chart. But I understand it's nice to pigeonhole things. And meanwhile, guys, yeah, okay. So this could be one for us today, William, for the ARCT. Gold and silver, guys. So gold and silver, of course, had bad day. Well, pullback days. I mean, remember from whence these things came. Okay, so yeah, it's the first down day in months for gold. Um, Down a little bit today. This is gold GLD. Down a little bit today, and silver the same thing. Silver, so gold and silver. Actually, silver was already had a couple of one down day before gold. And now here it is right here. IS. Oh, this is an ETF. I didn't take a look at the actual stock. I wonder if it's an earnings play. This is for this ISRG. ISRG. This is a long. Let me take a look at ISRG. So ISRG is going to be up about a little over 17%, which is a big move. It's an expensive stock. Intuitive Surgical. Yeah, so this is an earnings play. So if you thought that ISRG was going to continue, this is a way in which you can buy it cheaper. You'll get double the move, but remember, if it starts moving down, it'll be double the move down. But this is ISUL, not a ton of volume. That's the only issue. I don't know how long this has been out. This ITF or ETF, PJ. And, so anyway, there's ISUL, but just not a lot of volume. So NFXS is a one-time short. What's the volume like? NFXS. I think these are relatively new because I remember these are. I don't know if Pepe's in the room, but I remember asking about when all these ETFs were coming out for these companies. I don't recall. I don't recall seeing one for Netflix, but this is relatively. I mean, there's hardly any volume. Most of the time, there'd be a lot of volume. It is new. Okay, thank you, Bobby. So there you go. And there's Grumpy. You know, I know what you're doing, Grumpy. Why don't we just? It appears to have a short squeeze meme going on. How's that? All right. What else do we have here? Donut. DNUT. Krispy Kreme. Not an earnings play. Well, it's too big. In my opinion, it's too big a float to be, you know, branded into the memes. But it is. It does have. Well, what we are seeing are these short float percents. Okay, so these are large short float percents. I wanted to see if there's any sort of. Yeah, so heavily shorted retail picks Beyond Meat and Krispy Kreme build on recent gains. So Krispy Kreme, of course, people know Krispy Kreme, so the same sort, it could be the same sort of thing. The only thing is that float is fairly big. Um, Having said that, though, yeah, never mind what I said, because the float in Beyond Meat is 393 million. That's what makes it extraordinary. So hey, who knows? Maybe we're going to get the same type of action with Donut. The only thing is that uh, Beyond Meat came from about 40 cents a few days ago. So this is a little more expensive. All right, so ARCT, back of envelope, 289 missing cash. They do have revenue from the approved COVID vaccine, but they believe cash. It may bounce, but it'll do so without you. Okay, okay, thank you for that. And that is the analysis on ARCT that has been cut in half this morning on a mid-stage trial or mid-stage failure of whatever drug they've got. What were they trying to do? A biotech spray treatment for cystic fibrosis that had mixed results. Too bad. You know what you've mm, there's FLWS, yes. So there's the next high looking left on a weekly chart is 844, and it got up to almost to that high, almost to that high. This is actually shortable for me, just like Beyond Meat was or is. 2.5 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. I think it's all about the short flow. So probably should create a little top list or something with a high short flow percent, say at least 20% plus. Keep an eye on them. Because there's no does anybody see any news on this one? And it can't be because they have earnings next week. Does anybody see any news at all on this FLWS? I don't see any news on Interactive Brokers. Wow, look at Bitcoin. Boy, this has been topsy-turvy. 3,500 down now, 108,000. So there's IBIT. I up here $71. A few days ago, down to 59. There's a low of yesterday, 61.42. Just using IBIT as a way in which you can trade using a stock, Bitcoin, or not a stock, but an ETF. Now it is shortable for me. I have, flowers, a lot of shares available. But again, it's like the Beyond Meat where. So earnings plays, yeah, we've got some earnings plays. Let's take a look at these. This is the top one percentage wise, anyway. VICR guys is an earnings play. Vicor Core trading higher after the company reported better than expected. Excuse me, Q3 financial results. So Vicor, VICR is an earnings play. Pegasus is an earnings play. PEGA is an earnings play, up 11%. Winnebago, WGO is an earnings play, up 15% to the 200-day moving average. So we're starting to get into a lot more earnings. On the way down, we've got Mattel, buying Barbies, I guess. MAT, Mattel, and here's AT&T. AT&T is down also on earnings. Oh, William. Morning, Carlos. I want to take. Oh, shoot, I was looking. You destroyed my train of thought. Oh, XRT. I want to take a look at XRT. You guys are talking about retail. XRT. Well, it's still kind of, here's the ETF for retail industry. It still looks, relatively positive in terms of moving away from the 200-day moving average. Well, there was a nice short if you took it. If you could predictive, we need the predictive. 891 was the high, 797 now for FLWS, flowers. Little dollar move down. Out of the price range I'm looking at, this is Texas, or not Texas Instruments. Yeah, it is Texas, sorry. TXN is Texas Instruments. Yeah, another earnings loser so far, in a downtrend. All right, guys, 916. So yesterday, so the Dow was up, SPY was flat, the Qs were flat. So I just want to take a quick look at XLE Energy. So again, it tried to get over the 200-day moving average, but it closed below. So it's probably, yeah, it's right around the 200-day moving average still. And then staples, consumer staples, XLP. There's another one that's still underneath, but, crawling back. But there are two that have, as of yesterday, closed underneath the 200-day moving average. There's PJ showing off studying Spanish for 6 years. Okay, guys, this AIRE, what is next high? Well, there are little areas that could stumble. Remember if I asked this, anybody find any news on AIRE? I couldn't see any news on it. See if I can find it here. APLD, I know was moving also. I don't see any news on. Don't bother, Carlos. You have better use of your time than reading Grumpy's post, okay? Quesadilla. Very funny. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, Mr. Franco. Is that news today? This is Mr. Franco in our YouTube room. Not that I'm going to read the SEC report, but okay. For the 8K, but thank you. I just think a lot, these are just, they're getting attractive because of these short float percents. Yeah, I was on 1020. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I see that. I mean, right there, you're talking about this. Yeah, we're looking for news today. It's any news, but you're right there. It is policy 8K. Maybe it's delayed reaction. I don't know. The NBX. Okay, yeah, it just well popped a little. I didn't look at it. I mean, shouldn't say that. I did look at it, but what I saw was 851, and it came right back down to 4. So I thought, okay, but yeah, I mean, it's over the VWAP now. Could go on a run. Low float, 1.29 million in the float. Recent IPO, I guess, 2 weeks ago. Closes up to $58 million private placement. Okay, so they're getting so no matter what they look like they do, I guess they're just trying to get into the token business. Now, the thing is with Bitcoin, kind of very erratic in the last couple of weeks. These companies are coming out and saying, we're getting into some kind of, even though I'm a bio, I'm going to get into crypto. Morning, RC. Yeah, APLD. Sort of comeback mode. I mean, it's been hanging around this area. High yesterday was 35.39, so there is a little bit of room. A big float, quarter of a billion in the float. A lot of volume so far for APLD. Signs a five. So they did have some news also. Signed a $5 billion AI infrastructure lease with Hyperscaler. The deal is so it's a 15-year deal. Okay, so 15-year deal, generating $5 billion over the course of that. And the price target raised to 47 from 23 at B. Riley. Oh, Nick, I don't know. I mean, Nick, in our YouTube room, do I think Beyond Meat's going higher? Your guess is as good as mine. There's no reason for this other than the fact that, it's been branded a meme stock. It's got that high short float percent. There were many points during yesterday where, I would have thought, okay, now it's over, now it's over, now it's over, now it's over. Because there's no reason for the run. Yes, they maybe emerged. They're not going to go bankrupt, but they're taking on a pile of debt, issuing shares, etc. So, but that short float percent has attracted people. So it's just a trade. But how much higher it goes, your guess is as good as mine. 890 was the high in the pre-market. Still a lot of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, 2 million. Beyond Meat had a few big pullbacks yesterday that looked like it was over, and it just absolutely wasn't. Yeah, but what did you buy it at, Nick? Though, if you sold it at 3, what did you buy it at? I mean, it's easy to beat yourself up after the fact, but I mean, when there's no actual reason, like, I mean, you don't have to have a fundamental reason. I get it for the stock to be moving, and obviously, a lot of the things we see, there's, this is just right now a life of its own. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, exactly. Look how many shares are traded. I mean, it's traded to float. So yesterday it traded 2 billion shares. It's already traded, excuse me, half a billion in the pre-market alone. So that's not bad. I mean, that's a 50% profit on it. Talking to Nick in our YouTube room. Oh, well, guys, 9:25. I gotta get my 9:30 layout up and running, so just give me a moment. All right, guys, just give me my layout that I use when the market opens, the 9:30 opening. Okay, guys, so this is the layout I use once the market 9:30 happens, and these are the top six now that we saw in that pre-market actives up. There's the Beyond Meat, of course, the AIRE holding over one, I think, well, has to be, yeah, and this VNBX holding over the VWAP right now. There's the flowers, FLWS. Vince, in a word, yes. Okay, unless I don't, without getting too complicated, unless your layout is docked. Okay, but that's why you notice that I get rid of the layout first that I've got that I use in the free market, and then I load this one. Again, without getting too complicated, if you have a dock layout, though, you can load another layout, and your dock layout will remain. Well, all I did was Windows close all. That's all I did. Okay, Windows close all, and that got rid of everything you saw. Not on just on this monitor that I display, but my two other monitors. So then I start off with a blank slate, and then I just file load layout, and then I bring my. In theory, I could have just loaded the other layout and my other layout without going through that step of closing, but I just do that. And just to show you, though, this is why when you go to a new and then dock channel bar, you see this. So that's why this dock channel bar was created, because if I click on one of these, my layout does not disappear because it's a docked channel. Without getting too complicated, I don't use docking anymore, but that was the reason for it. Then people can go through; they can have their own layout up and running like this. Then you can go to the dock channel bar and load channels without your layout disappearing. You can kind of surf through the channels, if you will. All right, guys, we are now 1 minute, less than a minute to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. If flowers runs immediately, I won't be in it. But look at flowers now. Wow, that was a great short, but it didn't take. LWS, look at this now. I mean, that was up at 9, and now we're at 687. Will it hold? It's down below the VWAP, though. All right, we are now open, guys. No, Wolfhound, I don't because not everybody wants everything in it. So that's why I just sort of get you to kind of cherry pick what you want. Okay. Question was, do I share? Do I have a layout that I actually share? The answer is no. Opening bar now. Opening bar on the SPY. Bit of a downturn on the SPY. Opening bar, nothing major, but all right now. Beyond Meat is now starting to take a bit of a header. Pega, PEGA. This is an earnings play. PEGA is an earnings play. Got up to 67, but this is exactly the reason I don't like trading. Look at this. I got up to 67 and came right back down to 63, a $4 drop just like that. I want to keep an eye on the G-SIT, okay? They did a big financing, and the financing was at $10. It finally got down to $10, to the $10 level after really, well, there's 1092, but it was up in this area for quite a while, but it drifted. So they did a financing at $10. So now it's starting to move, guys. It's starting to move. GSIT starting to move. Yesterday was 17. They raised. This is yesterday's news. Okay, raising $50 million at $10 a share. So it didn't get quite down to $10, and it took its time. But here we go. GSIT on the move here, guys. GSIT on the move. Seemed to have some substantial news from a couple of days ago. Well, look at Hims. The only reason I know about I still have this one thumbnailed on one of my other monitors, and Hims is wow, below yesterday's low now, challenging these lows right here, 47.42. These lows on the daily chart. There's the 200-day moving average down here. So Hims is intraday it's going to challenge, but boy, since this 65, 5 days ago, 65 down to 48. Wow, GSIT on the move, guys. GSIT on the move. This almost looks like halt territory. Boy, this is a big opening red candle on the bar on the SPY. Big opening red bar. The market is still basically flat here. And there we go. Remember I said I thought GSIT might get halted, and there it is. There's your halt for GSIT, and now Beyond Meat is halted on the way down. Yes, halted on the way down. BYND halted on the way down. But GSIT. So let's see where it could open. So this is the first time today, anyway. I'm displaying this blue screen, blue window that you see here. This is nothing. Please listen carefully. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So if you have Interactive Brokers, just go to your time and sales. This is the window that you'll see. And there's the halt, okay, 1230. Can't see the price of the stock, but it is the GSIT. There's the halt, 1230. This column trying to show you where it could open. Doesn't have to open here at 1230, okay? In fact, there's really no clue where it's going to open. when the price is when this column price is the same as the halt price. There's no big clue, obviously. And if you're not familiar with halts and resumes, typically they are 5 minute halts. So if this is a 5 minute halt, it will open at 9:39 plus 15 seconds. If it is a 5 minute halt. Yeah, AIRE is popping. Big short flow percent. All right, now here is the VWAP for the SPY. Okay, I'm just checking out the VWAP for the SPY. You can see obviously turned down, but it's right up in this area, 670. So let's see if it maintains underneath the VWAP or can it pop through and maybe have a bit of a recovery in the second five. Yeah, I see SBEV up here, 13% move in this race. I'm going to go over the race is in theory. Okay, well, in general. Specifically, I'll go over this race. It's halted on the way down. Yeah, BNDX halted on the way down. Todd, I don't know if you're still in this one. It just got halted on the way down. All right, you can see it's creeping up a little bit in that column now for GSIT, GSIT. There's the halt price, 1230. It's starting to creep up a little bit now. Potential open, 1240-ish. Well, flowers didn't do it, guys. It did certainly not sail once the market opened. FLWS, and it's way below the VWAP now. So, well, this one had a this Japanese stock. This RYOJ has had a quite the time here. I can't remember exactly why it had the pop 3 days ago. I think 4 days ago. I guess it did have some news. Look at the move it had yesterday, all the way up to 11. It's still down 20% from the close, but it's a little misleading, when you look at this. I mean, sure, it's down 20% from yesterday's close, but still, it's way above this area. Okay, guys. So again, there's the 1240, 1238. It just opened. It just opened. It just opened. It not giving me the opportunity. It shoot, did not give me the opportunity to get in it. I was hoping maybe it would go a little bit below the halt price and then pop through it. Not even close. Looks like it's going to get halted again. Wow. Great move off that financing price of 10. Hmm. Even shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now there's the okay. Now look at that. Got up to 1370, and then it gets right back down to 1227. Well, I'll just go to price or price alert, the high of the day, and see if it takes it out at some point. The next high is at 17, which was yesterday's high. Tech is an earnings play, guys. TECK is an earnings play. Yeah, I don't like the daily. Looks like there's too much resistance in this area up here, so I don't like the daily. Well, this Rani is on the move again, guys. I mean, it's had what a great. Well, here's another one. This is a high short float, and not really. I mean, at least again, I trust our provider now. 0.41%. So there's hardly anything short in this one, according to our provider. Which is moving on. So I can't remember exactly what happened here, but I mean, this was a 46-cent stock 4 days ago. Okay, BNBX just opened, so odd. So I know you said you're not in it yet. Aha, UAMI. Why? I missed it. Shoot, had room too. 11:15 is the next low looking left. When I say missed it, I was looking at this just under 11 or under 12. I mean, I haven't missed it in a huge way yet, but I would have rather got it around 11.95. Give myself some buffer. Yeah, Poet is on the move. Yes, you are absolutely right. This is one we did talk about a little bit in the pre-market. Poet on the move, POET. Now this one's got some room, 884, a little bit of room for Poet. Problem is you're kind of chasing it now, kind of, but the volume is coming in. Shortable for me, 13,000 shares. Let's see how close it gets here to here. Received a $5 million production order, so they did actually have some news. And it's a modest short float, 7.4%. Wow, look at GSIT now. Talk about up to 1370 and then right back down to 1190. Well, okay. Obi is saying my voice is breaking up. Now I don't know if that's just because my voice is breaking up on my end, or is it breaking up for you guys? Oh, really? Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Haven't done anything. Don't like to hear that. Okay. Well, let me. Well, give me a moment, PJ. Let's see what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Not doing anything differently. Good now? Okay. Maybe just a brief blip. Okay. Nothing's going on. No, wow. By the way, guys, look at the market now after that first 5 minute down and the market, a nice little pop here and back to positive. It keeps getting so that's something that's a little bit different. It's because how about YouTube? How is my sound, etc. in YouTube? Because if it's getting connected from the media server, that's nothing on my end in theory. Well, not in theory. So hopefully that was just a brief blip. Remember last week or a couple of weeks ago, my provider is TELUS in Canada, and they were having some these little mini outages, and I'm wondering if that's the issue. Thank you, Pepe. So in YouTube it's fine because YouTube has that little buffer, whereas in the main room it doesn't have the buffer. So when you say it's on my end, it's actually not my mic. It is actually the room, which to you guys I know it doesn't matter. It's the sound. The sound is the sound. But wow, look at the poet. But let me know. Let me know. Okay. So BYND, it got halted and it actually popped. It got halted on the way up. Okay, BYND. So it's not necessarily completely over. I mean, if you're looking for a wild trade in this thing, there's the VWAP is 660 or so. So maybe put a price alert a little over that and see if it takes. You see what happens there. Will it get stalled? Will it act as resistance? So far, guys, the flyers in the pre-market, the flower FLWS, AIRE, forward is still hanging tough. I guess you did not get into the BNBX, right? Todd, I don't think it triggered for you, which is a good thing. All right, guys, I'm sort of trying to keep an eye on this ARCT to see if it'll have a bounce off 10, excuse me, off 10. Again, devastated with their mid-stage trial news failure of their drug. Well, this is saw this one yesterday. This XTKG X3 Holdings. Well, the next high is 212. It can get through that. 244 is the next high. Probably it's not really a low float. A lot of volume. 5.7 million. Not a low float though. 97 million in the float. Don't know if there's any news on this one. I didn't. Let's see if there's no news today. There might have been some news a couple of days ago, but it's having another nice day. I'm going to put a price alert around 212 and see if it gets there. Because if it does, there is room to 243. Again, not saying it would get there, but a lot of volume. Look at the volume right now, 179 times normal up to this time of day. Big day yesterday, volume wise. It's going to eclipse that, you would think, because I mean it did 10 million yesterday. 8.8 million yesterday. It's already done 5.9 now, so I'm sure it's going to eclipse that. Hmm. So are you guys? Yeah. See, I'm not seeing that on my end, the media. So it's got to be something to do with perhaps TELUS. That my provider. Maybe they're having little intermittent outages, which is affecting this room because this is no time delay on this. Not affecting YouTube because there's a buffer. I've explained that right, Pepe. So just bear with it, okay? There's nothing I can do on my end. The good news is that I'm not disconnecting completely. Now, Sebastian, who is the owner of the room in terms of the tech, I mean, he said we can put a delay on it if we want, but I said no. All right. Well, so Obi had actually disconnected on you. Okay. Hmm. All right, guys. So that is the issue. I do apologize for those of you who are in the main room. We're going to have my service provider TELUS in Canada is having some outage issues. It's only affecting the room, and I think what happens is there's a little disconnect, like a nanosecond, but that's enough. Well, now I don't know how many seconds, but it's enough to wreak havoc on the media server in the main room. YouTube, it's fine. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this one. FRMI, Fermi Incorporated. Look at this. Look at the room it's got. Kind of interested in this one for sure. Look at the room it's got. 2479. So it's got a lot of room on the daily chart. That's yesterday's high. It's been obviously in a 3-day downtrend or quite a lot longer, but 3-day downtrend, trying to come back a little bit here. I think what I'm going to do is put a price alert around the 2310 mark again and see if it takes that out again. Yeah, recent IPO, yes. Probably right back here. So this is the week of what that is September 29th. The week of September 29th is when they IPO'd. Not great at all, obviously, at up to 37. Yesterday's or this week's low was 21. So, anybody bought up in this era is not too happy. But all we're doing is we're just looking at this as if it's the first time. Keep an eye on GSIT, guys. GSIT is now trying to hold 12. GSIT is trying to hold 12. It's still, if you look at the wave, it's flattening out a little bit. This means a little bit of consolidation. However, it is now starting to, well, I think what I'm going to do is put a price alert around 12:35-ish. See if it can clear 12 in a big way. Well, this one, this CCCX got up to 27 not that long ago, back down to 16. This, it's a blank check company. Okay, sorry. All right, guys. Well, again, I do apologize for the breakups. Nothing I can do about it. If it's my provider, nothing I can do about it. If you can hear me, and you might have to do some refreshing. Boy, look at flowers. I mean, complete collapse. I'm going to use that word. FLWS. All right, guys. Well, this one is obviously trying to come back. So the BNBX, excuse me, the BNBX. There's the VWAP though. Okay, so that could stall it, but if it takes it out, it could go on another run, and that is the BNBX. Remember, this got up to 852 in the pre-market, so there is room for this one to run still. Not saying it's going to get there, but that is what it did do in the pre-market, BNBX, and it did have some room, some news. Again, getting into the crypto or tokens, BNB tokens. Wow, that flowers! What a short that would have been. All right, guys. So click on my homepage. Clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, you will see a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of either a standard or a premium subscription. Okay. And also, if you do want to get into the main room that usually is not having complications, you can click on my homepage link, and here it is, the trading room. So those of you in YouTube, this room is just a lot more active, a lot more traders in here. You can stay in YouTube, of course, if you want, but if you're looking for a little more action, interaction amongst traders. This is a better room to be in, called the trading room. Okay. Scrolling down, you can have, or you sign up for the free trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. If you don't see it there, then you can contact us to say, hey, I'm not getting it. I've signed up. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing to do is click on this education section for more info. Before I get into that, I do want to just point you to the user guide. Click on the user guide. I'm going to go over this race right here, but the concept of racing, all explained right there, TI Stock Racing, how you can create your own race, your own set of parameters, okay? So here's a whole section on stock racing in the user guide. Now scroll down a little bit from the education section. So the getting started with trade ideas, very first thing you must do, okay, must do. You take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Excuse me, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can start off with that second video and proceed to the end. Again, short videos. Why do that if you don't have Trade Ideas? Because it'll give you an idea about what we can do. Okay, the capabilities of the programs are or is. Okay, and that could make up your mind if you want to at least try us on a monthly basis or a 1 month. Give us a try for a month. You don't have to. It's on a long-term contract, month to month. So if you don't like us within a month, just let us know. But that's what I would do if you're interested in taking a look at the program. Take a look at these videos. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans or my information, they're not really scans, all of them, but technically it's semantics. So here's this one. Now, some of them I don't have on my homepage. Like I don't have these two, the biggest gainers and biggest losers, large cap. I don't have them on my homepage. If you want them, you can have them. I'll give them to you. This is what you can see, though, the biggest gainers from the start of the race right here. Halts resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay, and I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. And before I keep going, I should welcome anybody who's new to either our YouTube room or the main room. Again, I do apologize for the, I guess, hopefully the brief disruptions in the main room with my because of my service provider. Nothing on your end, nothing I can really do about it. Hopefully, it'll just clear itself on its own, clear itself up on its own. So this is the format, though. The main room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. That's the main room. YouTube, I try to open it sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. And why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so time zone. So that's why Obi in our main room graciously opens the room at 6:45. There's, there are traders in the room. So even though I'm not screen sharing yet and I'm not on the mic, a lot of activity. So you can come into the main room starting at 6:45. Now, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I will say even later if there are questions. But even when I take off, the main room is, well, yesterday, for instance, was open till 4. William keeps the room open till 4. That's up to him. And a lot of it has to do if there's any earnings plays that are of interest that are after hours. But I'll find out later on, see how late the room will be open till. So on a big day, the room is open from 6:45 to 4, all times Eastern, of course. This is what I use in the pre-market, just to quickly resume in here. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. Obviously, to find the ones that are moving higher and the ones that are moving lower percentage-wise, okay? So now I'm going to go over this race. And it's a trading room, but it's a support room also. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, I'll let you know. But typically, I can answer most questions. If it's an accounting question, I won't be able to. Meanwhile, Todd, did you get into BNBX as I was, wow, look at that though. I mean, tough. I mean, I popped to 562 just like that, and then right back down to 5. No continuation yet. All right. So William says he's going to keep the room open a little bit later, maybe even after 4. Tesla and IBM are after hours today. Tesla and IBM after hours, in that they're releasing earnings after hours. Obviously, Tesla is going to be very interesting to see what they say. And you can see it if I typed it in correctly. So right now, ahead of it. I mean, it's hard to. This is not a big clue, okay, as to what the market is thinking. Not yet, anyway. All right, guys, I'm just taking a short. It's a little bit extended on Carrier here, CARR. Okay, there's room looking left. Yesterday's low was 57.13, so certainly a lot of room. Not quite $2, and just don't want to see it get too much over that 59 mark. If it does, I'm out, but I've taken a short on this Carrier, CARR. Again, it may be a very quick. So I just have to watch it. Okay, I just big float. Just want to see if it holds underneath 59. If it doesn't, I'm out. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just watching this Carrier, CARR. And I'm going to show you where I found it. All right, I've just covered some in the 60s. Okay, 62 or so, 63 actually. I'm going to try to hang on now. Yeah. I was going to show you where I found that one. This is on. This is now. I'm not. Hard for me to share this one because you need a custom formula in here. You don't absolutely need it, but I can show you this. This is what I call my small gap breakout. So if you're interested in it, I can give it to you, but it does have a custom formula in it. But it's not 100% necessary to have the custom formula. Okay, just watching this, I want to see if it can hold at least the 58.97 mark. I was in at around 58.91. Okay, so on the short, I'm talking the shorter carrier, CARR. The custom formula basically makes sure that when I get the alert, there's at least a dollar 50 to the next high or low. That's what the custom formula does. So it's not 100% necessary, but so for instance, when I got that alert for carrier, you can see looking left, there's the next low down here at 57.13. So when I got that alert just underneath 59, obviously there's more than a dollar 50 for that next low. That's what the custom formula does. If people want that scan and they know how to create a custom formula, I can give you the formula that I'm using. Okay, I know I was going to go over this. Maybe I'll take a break today, unless somebody wants me to go over this race. If I get one, even one hand up, okay, I'll go over the race. I go over the concept of racing every single day. But maybe today I'll take a break from it, unless somebody says, you know what, I'm interested in finding about what the races do. All right, so I will give you that. So this is what I'm talking about. I don't get too many alerts all day long from this small gap breakout. And what the nice thing about it, well, I'll show you what the filters look like. See, basically, this is the key thing. The stock where the open was no more than 1% above yesterday's close, or not down more than 1%. So, in other words, you're not going to see a stock that is already gapped up a lot. Okay, that's why I call a small gap breakout. So it's restricting the gap, the first print of the day, to be very low, but it doesn't mean that it's not trading abnormally, because the current volume has to, or relative volume has to be at least three. So it is, even at that point, it's still trading at least three times normal. And this is the custom formula, okay, where the value is at least 1.5. So first thing to do is I can give you this and then show you what the custom formula is. And if you know how to create it, then you can add it to the scan I'm going to give you. Wonder if I should take it out of the one. You know what? I'm going to create it again, okay? Because I'm going to take the custom formula out, because just on the off chance that somebody has a custom formula already, because this is called U28 or something, U28. Yeah, I don't want to confuse anybody. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of that, duplicate it, because I don't want to get rid of it on my end. So for instance, here, you see I'm getting SNY. It's meeting all the filter requirements, except probably is not, if I look left, yeah, you can see, looking left, 50.11 on the alert and 50.26. So there is not a dollar 50 to the next high. Doesn't mean it's bad to look at it, but I wanted to restrict it to only when I get the alert, I want to see at least $1.50 to the next high if I want to go long, or $1.50 if I want to go short. So I took that out, but I can show you guys how to put it in. So save and share. So the custom formula to use, if you know how to create it, and then just add it to that scan, okay? Just add it to the scan, is, well, there's the GSIT now, right back up, guys. Right through the obviously I'm out of the carrier now, guys. It was okay. I was hoping it would get closer down to 58, but thing about that though is that I may flip the script on something like that and just go long. But let me get back to the custom formula. Okay, so there's the formula to use. If you know how to create these, go to your formula, your account management formula editor, and in the source box, you put this in. Give it a name that makes sense. I call it distance to the next high or low, and this is the formula to use. Ah, shut off my music. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this GSIT is very challenging. Just going through some of these on that small gapper. Gosh, look at this market today. How choppy. There's that VWAP hanging around the VWAP still for the SPY. So we've got Flowers just giving it almost completely up. FLWS. We've got AIRE really doing nothing. Beyond though is not over. I mean, it's amazing. It is not over. It's through that VWAP now, and at the high of the day, quite amazing. The 886. It looks like what time was that? That was 5:15. So this morning Eastern time. So it got up to about 886. The market high looks like around here, 773. So why not just put a price alert there and see if it takes it out? Sorry, that is not a market high. That's 845. That's 845. That's still pre-market, but still a good area to check to see if it can take it out. Here's an earnings play, guys. TNL. TNL is an earnings play. Travel and Leisure Company, and it's at the high of the day, basically at the high of the day, and gaining 11%. Well, now it's 13% after the Q3 results beat. So it's a beat, probably guiding well. Also, this is wow, all time high. TNL all time high. Do I dare? Yeah, what a short. What a short. Even if you didn't do it in the pre-market, just what a short. And there's just a ton of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, 1.86 million for FLWS. So there was no just a wasted opportunity. All right, this is an interesting one for me. Also on the short side, this is coming from my large cap losers. 1022 is the next low, and that is for Archer ACHR. And the volume is it's not great. Relative volume is only it's not trading quite as not trading quite normally. It's only 0.84, but I mean the volume is good. And with the market moving down a little bit more again, maybe helping it a little bit. And again, the next low is certainly far enough away, 1027. This is not coming from that small gap. This is coming from my large cap losers. Been in quite the downtrend for the last week or so, 1461 and to 1087 right now. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm tinkering with something. Just give me a moment, guys. I got a scan I brought back that I had many, 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 many years ago, and I'm just taking a look at it right now. All right. Again, these are not rock. I know I use the term a lot, but these are not going to be rocket ships for me. But finding them just a little, I hate to use the term easier, but with these volatile low floaters, yes, I'm not able to pay as much attention to them as I want to. It's that simple because I'm being tugged in a few directions. So I used to love trading these, but I'm finding that I'm not able to pay attention to them as much as I want to. So BENF, I know some of you were taught. I think Obi might have mentioned it's over $1 again. Look at the AIRE. Oh, right on. Okay. Give me just a little bit more for this. Probably take a little off. Look at the AIRE now, guys. It's underneath $1, back down to 98 cents. So I think these high short float ones, other than beyond, other than BYND, Beyond Meat, it seems to be the one that is the only one that's really doing much. Yeah, this market is, as you say, turning south a little bit. I mean, this had news today. So this is Archer, named air taxi partner for the Los Angeles Sports Commission. Okay, so it did have some news today, but I think it's probably being weakening with the market just generally. So that's all I'm trying to take advantage of right now. And out of curiosity, well, there's the Beyond now. Out of curiosity, I want to see what Joby's doing. Yeah, so they're both sliding, but I think it's more. I think it's market also. Or look at HIMS, guys. I've had this one thumbnailed for but 2 weeks now, breaking down through this area right there. So the next low is 46.85, pretty close. The 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? Will that hold it? What a drop. I mean, this was soaring not long ago, guys. 5 days ago, this was up at $65, 47 now. Yeah, I think there's a few shorts available. Yeah, well, actually, a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for this one. Interactive Brokers is starting to have a lot of shorts available again, like they used to, of even cheap stocks. This is not a cheap stock, of course, but plenty of shorts available for this one, ACHR. All right, let me see if I can keep inducing it downwards a little bit. So again, I haven't gone over this race in any great detail, or any of these races in any great detail, but you can see just that there's a top 10 list being built for you automatically in a race. Okay, so you can see there are 10 here, only seven right now. There will be 10 in here. Why is that good? Well, it gives you a focus list or a watch list to focus on. You can just focus on these stocks. These are the large cap losers. These are the large cap gainers, and these are large cap winner or biggest gainers without any market cap or minimum float. So that's why you'll see some stocks here, excuse me, that can have big percentage or increases, whereas here you generally will not. So look, I mean, the leader here is, well, nothing is really leading. Okay, guys, I'm now back again. Okay, so anyway, as I was saying, you get a top 10 list built in your races, and remember the races are totally customizable. It'll identify the stocks that you want to see in terms of a price range, minimum volume, whatever filters you want to use. I'm just going to really quickly, just to show you, here's a top list that I'm using for this race. Okay, and so notice when I right click on the top list, it says one of the options is to launch the real time stock race. So just really quickly, hopefully it makes sense that this is what I'm using for this race. Stocks have to be between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I'm using. Doesn't have to be what you. If you want to create your own race based on your set of parameters, of course you can do that. So maybe you don't like that price, or create it from scratch, put the price range you like, the minimum volume that you want, other filters. If you have any experience trading, maybe you want to add some filters that you like, and then run your race on that. Okay. And again, it's all customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race, but you can pick whatever time frame you want. You can pick when you want the race to start. For instance, if you create a race and you want to start it the minute you open Trade Ideas, it will. So let's say you open Trade Ideas before 9:30 Eastern time. It will run in the pre-market, okay, and then it'll continue. I choose to run my race starting at 9:30. That's all. I mean, that's just me. And the other thing is, if you went to my homepage and you loaded this race, You will not see your race will start from when you loaded it. So right now it's 10:35 Eastern time. That's when your race will start. So you will not have this, your top 10 list will be built from when you start your race. And I say that because people say, well, how come I'm not seeing the same thing you are? And I've just loaded your race. Well, that's why. So it's all customizable. Okay. Totally customizable. And you can see there's where I saw the ACHR. And the reason again is that, I could look at one of these other ones too, but I liked how much room that it had to the next low. Now having a little pop here. So this is how I use the trade wave. Okay. I'm always looking to take some off, but holding on to a portion as long as the wave does not turn blue. Okay. That's how I'm using the trade wave. Now, the first thing I looked at here is you see how wide, if you can see on my 2-minute chart, you see how wide this is getting as opposed to how narrow it was here. So when it starts getting wide, that means it's getting a little more parabolic. And so that is when I usually will take some off the trade and then hold on for the balance as long as the wave remains orange and doesn't turn blue. Okay, remember blue is the trend is moving up, orange trend moving down. And that's the trade wave. Anybody wants to add it to their standard service, I mean, it's part of the standard service, just let me know. I find it for me, very valuable at helping me keep in trades. So even though I got out some right here, my old me probably would have got out of everything. And notice I don't care about seeing a flag, like a sell flag or a buy flag. I mean, if I get into a trade and it happens to be the sell flag, great. But I'm more I'm more into if I get into a trade and I see the wave and it's moving in the direction I want, then fine. Good for you, Todd. You have found a way to trade GSIT. You're a better man than I am, or person. Let's call you a better person than I am because I have no idea who you are. Though Todd, better trader than I am. There you go. I'll make it very generic. So the question in our YouTube room from Michelle: will races save in a layout like everything else? Absolutely. Anything you see here, and everything I've got here can be saved in a layout. Your charts, races, scans, anything, anything that you've created within Trade Ideas can be saved in a layout. Well, guys, it's given me a lot more than I was anticipating, but here's the ACA probably moving with the market. So I have my SPY chart always to take a look to see. I mean, if this market puts in a giant blue bar, my guess is that the downward movement of ACHR probably will be stalled for a while anyway. And notice price alerts. Okay, if you're not using price alerts, you are doing yourself a disservice. Okay, by not taking full advantage of our program. Now, it's not that we invented price alerts, but just the concept of using price alerts, so you're not having to stare at a chart to see, if the stock is getting to a price that you're interested in. Just put a price alert. So simple to do. So let me put a price alert down here. I'll go to my daily chart. I'll put a price alert. I just want it to trigger, see if I can get it to trigger. I'll put it at, well, 10, you can eyeball it. I put it at, I eyeball it, but say I want it at 1062. What's the price right now? 1065. So I'll put it at 1062. Okay. Now, typically, I don't put any notes in. I'll save it, and then I minimize my price alerts window. Okay. You do not have to have your price alerts window up and running. In fact, even if you have the screen space, which I do, but I think it's a lot better to minimize the price alert window because when you get an alert, it'll pop up on your screen. Okay. So that looks like was an ETF or ETH. Just there. You see, I just wanted to see. So you see what happened, guys? Popped up on my screen. Again, this is we didn't invent price alerts, but it's so easy to use as long as and you sort on the trigger time column. So the last one will appear right at the top. I can put a sound alert on this also. So if I've wandered away from my computer, I will hear it. Okay, so lots of it's so easy to do. You saw how easy it was to put the price alert. And these are all alerts that I created from a long time ago. I probably should get rid of some of them. They're probably irrelevant now, but boy, this is turning out to be a very nice short, guys. Okay, novice question. ETHZ. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't know. I can't explain that. A lot of times this is an ETF. Oh, it is not. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I thought this was an ETF for ETH. Excuse me. Um, when did you see it at $2? Because is it possible that because it started trading in August as ETHZ, okay? 2 weeks ago, it went to two. 2 weeks ago, really? Anybody else on their charts? Anybody else? There was a name change. Okay, so that's why I guess it's not showing up. Okay, it's not going to show that, but you can see in the position in. I guess that's the reason. So as trading as yeah, this ETHZ, it's yeah. Then I can't explain it, Steve. I don't know why. If somebody else has another charting program, what are you seeing for ETHZ? It might be just our charts. I don't know. This is the only charting program I'm using. So again, anybody else with another charting program, if they put ETHZ on a daily or a say a weekly chart, are you seeing the same thing, or are you seeing, as Steve is saying, it was $2 at one point before the name change, or reverse split 8.25 million? Well, on the 20th, it was announced a reverse split. There you go. Thank you, Shady. So it was a reverse split, a 1 for 10. So this is basically, I guess, reverse split adjusted then. Okay. There's your reason. Thank you, Shady. And I probably Obi, I think, popped that in also. Look at Sabre here, guys. SABR. SABR. $2 is the next high in the weekly chart. And then after that, three. So for Sabre, well, when you look at the position in the day's range, that's kind of your clue. Sorry, in a lifetime range. Like a lot of times, you'll see a stock that has had a simple name change and done reverse splits, and you see a stock and it looks like, man, this must be close to an all-time high or something. And then you look at a lifetime range. I'm not. I mean, Sabre's not a good example, and it looks like it's way, way down. Like, I mean, if it had a lifetime candle, it'd be way down at the bottom. And then when you've seen me do this before. What's a good one? Give me one with a lot of reverse splits. No, look at this market. Yeah, this market is not liking down 3 points now. That this again before February of this year, a 3 point drop was a fairly big drop. 3 point moves were fairly big, up or down. We got used to seeing bigger drops for a month or so, or ups. What is just trying to think of one that is has done a bunch of reverse splits. Well, no, the reverse split, all it does is the market cap remains the same. Okay, so if you multiply the current price by the new share amount, you'll get the same as before, if that makes sense. Okay, so the market cap remains the same. So no, I wish it were that simple that you were getting double if they do a 1 for 10 reverse split, because what they've done is, say they had 100 million shares in the float before, or outstanding before, and they do a 1 for 10. Say the stock was a dollar. Okay, make the math super simple. So the stock's at a dollar, and they had 100 million in the float, and they do a 1 for 10. So now the stock is $10, and your float is 10 million. So you multiply 10 by 10 million, it's the same as 1 by 100 million, right? It's the market cap remains the same. You just take the ratio that it is, and you multiply the share price by that ratio, but you divide the number of shares outstanding by that number. So when you multiply them together, it's the same market cap. And the reason they do that, stock companies do that, is because typically it's because the stock is under a dollar. And in order to save their net to maintain a Nasdaq listing, they have to have a share price over a dollar. I mean, there are other things that they have to do, but that is one of them, and it's over a certain time period and all. So it's a game. They do these reverse splits. What's wrong with me? Come on, somebody give me something that's done a bunch of reverse splits, a bunch of them. I just I'm drawing a blank. What was that one? I think starts with an M. And you can always tell companies that have done reverse splits when you see like a very very low float. Almost 100% for sure they've done a reverse split, and probably several. BQ. Okay, let's take a look at BQ. 1.35 million. Okay, that's the one I was thinking of, MULN. But I'll look at this one. Yeah, so this is a classic, okay? Also, MULN would be even more. So if you wow, look at this. Wow, this is pretty good too. This is pretty good too. So look at BQ, okay? Did BQ ever get to 2.4 million dollars? Of course not. But this is all reverse split adjusted. I don't know how many reverse splits they've done. But basically, you would take the rate, like say 1 for 10, maybe they did a 1 for 15, maybe they did a 1 for 50. I mean, all of them. You would have to take 50 by 10 by 20 by all those numbers, multiply them by the current, and that would be the equivalent if they didn't do like reverse split adjusted. So I mean, so did this stock ever get to a 2.4 million? Of course not. Okay, so that's a good example, and the MULN maybe even might even be trillions. Is it still trading? Maybe it's not trading anymore. Anyway, you get the idea. So that's when you see some stock and it looks like, oh man, this must be you see it starting to trade, and only a few candles, and you see it very close to the high. You think, oh man, it must be an all-time high, and then you look down at our lifetime range, and that's when you see, wait a minute. I guess MULN is not trading anymore, which is a good thing. I mean, that's probably maybe the king of reverse splits. Ah, Binny, thank you very much. HLE. So I remember that now. They wanted to try to wipe people's memories. Okay, but they're not fooling us. Yeah. So as Binny, even it's 5.6 million. But we've seen some that are like hundreds of millions. I even saw one that was a trillion reverse split adjusted. So the question in our YouTube room from Michelle: any reason why Holly didn't pick up on Saber? Well, I mean, the easy answer is that these strategies that made the cut today, for whatever reason, Saber didn't meet the filter requirements. Okay, so whatever the filters are that are in these strategies, Saber did not meet the filter requirements. Now, why? I don't know. I don't know what the filters are that are used, but that would be the reason. Whereas G Pro did. G Pro is also pretty good. G Pro did meet the filter requirements. Good level to short for Mighty Mouse. Well, again, being now branded as a meme stock, sure. I mean, anything can happen. I probably, if I were wanting to short this, I would probably wait for a VWAP break, though, probably, which is that purple line there. I'm not saying if it does break it, you'll pile into the short, but there's amazing resilience for this thing. And every time you think it's over, like down here, I got down to 514. This was the opening bar. I'm sure a lot of people thought, well, that must be it. But you look, a lot of resilience. So, but if I were wanting to short this, I would probably wait for a break of the VWAP. I mighty mess. If you don't know what the VWAP is for it, I don't know if you have our program at all, but I can eyeball it, and it looks like around 658. Okay, I'm not saying to short it if it takes it out, but I mean I would not do it because this could act as a support area. If it comes into it, could act as a support area. All right, guys. Well, it's been a pretty fast morning for me. How's the sound? Are we still getting the little interruptions due to little minor TELUS outages, or are we good? Okay, good. Making a Harley ball. Keep the lines I draw on my chart when switching between time frames. Now, I used to think. Now, I'm going to get out of the browser. Let me see if that. I don't, as you noticed, Michelle. Oh, just give me a moment. Oh, my wife just Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. I'm back. Just give me a moment. Okay, so let me see, Michelle. Let me see if I just want to get out of the browser interface. So let's see, 663. So you're saying I don't think so, but I don't know anymore. So do a markup, put a horizontal line, and so what you're wondering about is that horizontal line that I put on my daily chart. Well, there it is. So there it is. Now there it is on the 2 minute. I don't know if it's taking its time to get on the 15. That's because I'm in that browser interface. Yeah. So it looks like, you see what I did, Michelle? So if in your chart, use browser interfaces unchecked, for sure, the lines show up on all the different time frames. For sure. Okay, so Pepe is answering the question. So you can only get these lines on all your charts, all your different time frames, if you're not using the the browser interface charts. Gosh, I hope this they so okay. So if you uncheck now, depends, how important is it to you to be using browser interface? So for instance, I mean, if you want, to me, to me personally, it would be way more important to be using the browser interface charts if I want the trade wave. Okay. That's to me. It will work. It will definitely work if you uncheck all your charts. Well, that line will appear on all your charts. You just saw what I did. Okay. So there you go. I mean, it's too bad you have to make a choice, between having lines. Now, you can put the line on the chart but it's really convoluted using the browser interface. But notice how it disappeared. But now I've got to go into this little. It's so crazy. So if you want a line on your browser interface charts, you have to check that little pencil. If you can see the little pencil I'm pointing at, well, it's hard to point. It doesn't want to point, but the little pencil on the side here, I click on it, and then this pops up, and then there's a little on this top one here where there's a trend line. There's a little down arrow in the bottom right hand corner that you click on, and then there is your horizontal line, and you just put it wherever you want. So you select it, move your pointer wherever you want, and then left click, and it'll show up. But notice it does not show up in your different time frames. Okay. Yeah, but that's because you're using the browser interface, Michelle. Okay, so okay, that's the reason, and I don't know. It's obviously not a high priority. Now, I like the browser interface because I do want to see the wave. I mean, that's why I like the browser interface. Well, okay, Mighty Mouse, you can see that if you had put a price alert at the break of the VWAP and then taken it just underneath, that would have been a nice short. Yeah, I think having I mean, if you're using the trade wave to help you keep in trades and help you with your exits, I think that is way more important than the ability to draw a horizontal line that persists on all the different time frames, in my opinion. Okay, guys. Well, today is Wednesday. So, you know what? Why don't you ask Dan that question? Anybody, how come the HTML charts are so different in terms of options or where you find the options to do things than the legacy charts? Maybe you shouldn't do that. I shouldn't. So forget I said that. Anyway, the CEO of Trade Ideas will be starting a YouTube stream of his own. So he doesn't take over my stream. So when I take my break at noon Eastern time, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, he will start a YouTube stream of his own. And so there's your opportunity to ask him questions. Now he'll almost for sure spending most of the time on the money machine, but you can ask him other questions. Not I guess you can. Okay, so there's your opportunity. I call it the beefs and bouquet session. Yeah. Don't ask him for setups, okay? I mean, he probably have something he can share with you, his own setup. But if you're asking for, well, how do you do this or this sort of scan, he won't. He won't do that. All right, 161 new premium account. So the first thing, have you done the 12 short videos before I keep going? Okay, so do you have any? Are you brand new to trading? Are you fairly new to trading? Let's put it that way. Are you fairly new to trading? Not going to 161? No, you're not. Okay. So the reason you took our premium service out, I'm assuming, well, it could be two reasons. One reason though is that you probably want access to our AI. So I should show you how you get this screen if you don't know how to do that. Okay, that's the usual reason for people taking out our premium service. They want to have access to these alerts here. Okay, so the thing is, so what I would do first of all is click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then you see, now you can see my screen, right? I'm assuming you can see my screen. So notice I've got three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategies, strategy trades window. Okay. And if you do that, this box will pop up. Now you may have different column headers, but and you know what? When you're guys who are, I would ask Dan, why do we bury this? This is a very, very neat function of the AI, the reentry price. Okay. Very neat function that we bury. Most people don't even know about it. So, what I would do is a couple of things. Okay. 161. When you load this window, more than likely, profitable in this little filter box here where it says none, more than likely profitable trades has been checked. Okay. More than likely. I would uncheck it because I want to see the trades all day long or the alerts all day long. If you have any trading experience and just because you get an alert for something, maybe and it doesn't work at the beginning, it may start working later on with an even better setup. And that actually is where the reentry price can come in. Not saying it's going to work all the time. No, it'll okay, I just Michelle, he'll be doing another stream, okay? So I'll have the link to the new use to the YouTube stream that he'll be starting at around noon. But what I would do is I would add this column, the reentry price column, because notice what happens. You're not going to get a reentry price for every single stock, but if the stock, so this is what happened. I'm not saying they're going to be awesome, but in fact, in this case, no. But if the stock, here's your entry alert price, 87.49. This was the stop, 84.87. It actually hit the stop. If the stock comes halfway between that stop price and 87.49, which is 86.18, and it did, that could give you an opportunity if you didn't take the trade the first time, or even if you did and got stopped out, an opportunity to get back into the trade. Now, on a day like today, well, I shouldn't say that because on this, usually the cheap ones don't care that much, but you will see a lot of times that if you just wait for reentries, it's a better way to use the AI. And this today, no, it didn't matter. But you see a lot of times, and I do videos on this, that a lot of times when you get a reentry price, I mean, the stock really takes off from that reentry price. So how to add that column? If you, in the body of this, if you right click and you go to columns, click down and go to columns, and this is all alphabetical order. And if you scroll down, here's how you can add the reentry price. If you want to put the new stop price and the time, you can go ahead. And it's just a matter of left clicking on it, and that'll highlight it, okay? And then left arrow it over, and then it'll appear in this column. I've already done that, so so I don't, if I did it again, it won't do it. It's already there. But if you don't have those columns, you just left click to highlight it, and then left arrow it over, and then it will appear as a column. And there are, to be honest, if I were using the AI, I would probably just wait for reentries and see what happens. Now, sometimes, a stock will just rip right from the beginning and you'll never get a reentry, but it's up to you. I mean, there's no right or wrong way to use the AI, but I use it like a watch list. Sometimes, these alerts I get, they don't set up in the way I trade, so I just disregard it. So it's not like I take every AI trade. So that's number one. Is that the reason why you decided to take a premium service? Just out of curiosity, have access to the AI. Okay, so that's number one. Now, if you have any trading experience, and you know that you can create your own alerts, your own scans, and it's just a matter of checking all the filters and the alerts, real time alerts that we've got, and combining them, kind of like I've done here. This is a race. If you want to understand about racing, but just give me one moment because somebody asked, Live Learn, how do I get the get high of day alerts or low of day? Um, so I'm assuming you have trade ideas, Live Learn. I mean, that's a very basic, any scan can be created. So, I mean, if I go to this one right here, I mean, this is not anything to do with basic new highs and lows, but I do a search. So right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. Talking to Live Learn, new high and new low of the day. So that's how you get them. You just use, here's the new high of the day and the new low of the day. Okay. Now, obviously, it requires that you create something. You don't want to just every time any stock out there, the 10,000 stocks out there, make a new high or new low. I mean, if that's all you did, you'd be inundated with alerts all day long. So the whole idea is to create some kind of a scan then with your price range that you like. Ah, okay, okay. So and then using these filters, to create maybe a price range that you like, a minimum volume that you like. Maybe if you have any trading experience at all, add some filters that you like, okay? And then use this. Otherwise, and then just, new high of the day, add the alert, and you check it. And the new low of the day, you check it. but you've got to have some other filters in place. Otherwise, you'll be inundated with alerts. And if you haven't, I mean, this section right here, hopefully, hopefully this will be good enough in terms of being able to, in order to create an alert window. So if you click on, if you, I'm talking to Live Learn, if you click on my homepage link and then you scroll down to the education section, more info, and then you notice that getting started with trade ideas, right here, the second video, the very short videos. If you haven't looked at this, I mean, this is the difference between an alert window and a top list window. And I think it goes into not a specific scan, but the idea of how to create an alert window or a top list window. Why would you use one over the other? Now, you know, now I'm sharing scans, you know, on my homepage. That's the other thing for you who are new, 161. I'm sharing scans on my homepage. Let me go back to my homepage that, you know, you may want to take a look at, depending on your trading style, I guess. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here, the middle section right here, my scans. So these are real-time alert scans. So if you're looking for like a momentum type scan, there's one here. This is a gap scan, a continuation or reversal. There are four scans in this one, and then this one will not give you very many alerts, but it's what I call it's the Pepe combo scan. These are all scans that you can take a look at, and you know, in order to see what they're looking for, typically all you have to do is on any scan, you right click and configure, and then it's going to show you in the summary what it's looking for. Now, this is, you know, just a Halts resume, so there's hardly anything in here. But some of the scans I've got, you know, there's obviously a price range, a minimum volume, and other filters in place depending on what I'm looking for, and then always a trigger, a real-time alert trigger. Usually it's a new high or new low of the day, but you've got, you know, you've got a lot of different real-time alerts that you can pick from. These are all real-time alerts. So yes, the answer, no. If you're talking about the AI, you're talking about auto trading 161. You can connect your E-Trade account, yes. But if you're talking about auto trading the AI, no, you can't. And I'll be honest with you, you shouldn't want to do that either. If you have any trading experience, I would never want to auto trade I would never want to take a trade unless I click on the alert. I don't care if it's from our AI or anything else that I've got to see what's happening on the chart. Okay, so if you're talking about auto trading the AI, no, we stopped that several years ago. But if you're talking about clicking on an AI alert like G Pro, you might have looked at G Pro and said, 249, do I want to take it right now? Looking at the chart. And if you said to yourself, yes, I do, yes, you can connect your E-Trade account and trade it, but manually. Does that answer your question? You have to be using what we call Brokers Plus in order to do that. You take Brokers Plus and but you can do that. Or, I mean, I don't use, I know it's probably confusing. My broker is Interactive Brokers. Okay, so there's a couple of ways you can do that. I use Interactive Brokers, okay? But it's the same idea with E-Trade. So we have what we call, if you look at the tool. If you look at the toolbar up here, and then you click on tools, and then you see where it says external linking. So we link with many brokers, including E-Trade. So if you establish the link with E-Trade, and it's basically just a matter of following the instructions where it says add link, and then you follow these instructions. More than likely with E-Trade, you just put your pointer in your order entry box, and that usually is probably good enough. And what does linking do? What it does is when I click on a symbol right now, remember I'm using Interactive Brokers, but be the same principle with E-Trade. When I click on a symbol, like so I just clicked on DEI, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. If I want to trade it, I look at the chart, and if I still want to trade it, but it's loaded into my order entry box in Interactive Brokers, and that's where I trade it. Now, I've been using Interactive Brokers for almost 10 years now, 9 or 10 years now. So I'm very used to just using IB Interactive Brokers to do my trading. But we're not talking about auto trading, okay? We're not talking auto trading. William. But we do have this called Brokerage Plus, okay? And I mean, I don't know, it may be of interest to you, but you can connect using this window here, you can connect um, it to E-Trade, and then you can trade from within this box. Okay, so you could literally connect, you could trade from within this box, which is within Trade Ideas. And we're not talking auto trading. Okay, so I don't know if you would find that better. You see, when I clicked on so say I wanted to trade TNL. See, when I click on TNL and it shows up in the box, and here's how I can pick how many shares I want, buy and sell, etc. Okay, I don't use it. It's just because I'm so used to using Interactive Brokers as my broker, and I don't find it any super advantage to using Brokers Plus to trade within this box and connect it to my E-Trade account and trading it in here. Okay, now you can do it, but it's up to you. Now in the guide, I could show you in our guide how you actually do all that. So if you click on my homepage link again, and then you go down to the education section, right here, education section, click on the more info, and at the top is our user guide. And there's a whole section. Oops. There we go. There's a whole section on Brokers Plus, okay? There's a whole section on it if you're interested in doing it that way. I mean, there's a lot more in the user guide, but like again, people are looking at this for the first time. Don't get overwhelmed by the user guide. It's like any other software program. There's a lot in the user guide. A lot of it you don't have to learn. Again, I talk about stock racing. You want to create your own stock race. Here it is. But if you're interested in Brokerage Plus or using our simulator, these are the areas. Okay, how to tell the AI, how to use the AI to tell us go long or short. So I'm not quite sure I understand the question. So in our AI today, we've got these are the um, short alerts, the S, and these are the long alerts. So again, as I've said, I mean, if you want to go long, You don't have to go in the direction that it's telling you. It's like, but you click on the alert, and if you like the idea of going long, when around the time you get the alert, you go long. If you wanted to go short, you go short. Remember, we're not talking auto trading. It's just like a watch list. Okay, you click on the alert, and if you like the idea of going long, Rani, at the time at 353 in that area, or maybe you looked at, maybe your idea of trading would be saying, no, you know what, I'd rather go short. Obviously, in this case, it would have been a lot better if you had shorts available. See what I mean? So when you say how to tell it, it's up to you. You're controlling it. Just because it's saying this is a long alert doesn't mean you have to go long. I'm still thinking that you're thinking that you can auto trade the AI, and you cannot. Auto trading is available, but only from your own scan. You create your own scan, and if you have, you're super comfortable with it, and you want to auto trade it, fine. But I mean, probably reason auto trading is something that most people don't do. I'll just tell you that right off the bat. It's very few of our customers do it. I have never done it, never will. The reason why is because when I get an alert, I want to see what it looks like on the chart before I take a trade. And I think most, I would call it seasoned traders, that's what they want to do. They're not going to take a trade because just because you get some kind of an alert, even if it's something that you really believe in terms of your scan. I think personally, I would always want to be able to check on the chart, depending on the time frames that you like, what is happening. What's the market doing? What if you get an alert for something, and it kind of follows the market a little bit? It's maybe a larger cap stock, and the market's doing this. Well, I would be very reluctant to take anything like a large cap stock right now that more or less may follow what the market's doing and go long. Now, if the stock has some, spectacular news on its own, maybe, but I typically don't like, when I'm talking about larger cap stocks, I typically don't like to go against the market direction. Personally, I'm into the high priced spices, which would be saffron. I think saffron might be the one of the most, if not the most expensive spice in the world. Yeah, I take every question that you put in there, William. I take it very seriously. Pepe is just confirming. I believe it's Spain that is the big producer of saffron, or one of them anyway. Yeah, this could be it for Beyond. I'm saying something that's could be somewhat obvious, but it could be. But it's still up 29%. Yeah, I wonder why, William, why there's not a short ETF or a Palantir. I wonder why. And some of them have been yanked, haven't they? So what William is talking about, in case So a lot of companies now, so many of them, and even what I would call some of the very obscure companies, they have ETFs designed just for them. So what that would mean is if you thought Palantir was going to keep going down, there would be an ETF that for a lot of the stocks. Well, let's take a look at Netflix. What was it again? NFLS? Yeah, it's just NFXS. Thank you. Yeah. So this just started today. NFL, NFXS just started today. Let's see the volume on it. Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but it's certainly picking up. So if you thought Netflix was going to continue down, okay, the stock itself, you could buy this one. It's only a one timer. Some of them are two. What I mean by a one timer means that the Netflix is probably down about 4.5% right now, almost 5%. I look at the stock, probably down almost 5%. Oops. Oh, it's a one to one. Sorry. I was thinking 2 to 1. So you see how this is up 10%. This one is up 10%. The stock is itself is down, almost 10%, the same percentage. So if you buy this one, okay, if you didn't want to short Netflix, you could buy this one. As long as Netflix kept moving down, this one will keep moving up. But the minute Netflix starts moving up, the stock, this will move down. Hopefully not confusing anybody. So there have been a lot of ETFs now that have been designed specifically for individual stocks. This is a phenomena that I don't know, 2, 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. We used to see it for Nvidia. I'm not sure if Nvidia was the very first one, but certainly Nvidia was one because some of these stocks. I mean, Netflix is how much? $1,100, $1,200. So instead of having to try to short $1,100 stock, you could buy this one at 14. Yeah, I mean, sure, Tesla has a. But what happened is a lot of the short ETFs that were for companies were yanked. I guess the question is, does the company I don't think the company has any control over that. I may be wrong. What do you think, Pepe? Do companies have any control about whether or not an ETF has been designed for them? Or is that just up to Granite or um, Direxion? If they want to do it, they do it. The company company does not control that at all. I doubt it also, yeah. So it must kill them when a short ETF has been designed for their company. It must kill them. When I say kill them, I mean they must hate it because it gives people a cheap way of shorting the stock. And plus the other important thing is that a lot of people, depending on their account, can't short, but you can buy. So you can buy that short ETF. So it opens it up to a lot more people who want to short. Okay, NPT open. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, IPO, but it's thank you, Obi. NPT. Let's see what it is doing. Okay, so mildly enthusiastic right now. It was IPO'd at $5, very few shares. And where are they out of? Are they out of, with that share price? And usually that means it's an outside the USA. Usually, China. It is China. Okay, so China IPO, NPT, China IPO. So it was priced at $5, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. But like the one yesterday that worked for a little bit. I think it Singapore. Singapore. I mean, there's just no big follow through on these little cheap IPOs that I've seen for a while now. Oh man, what a short for Beyond Meat! What a short now. It is halted on the way down. Yes. All right, guy. Wow, 11:37 already. Fast morning. So remember at noon. So in about 23 minutes from now, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream. He's not taking over mine. And there's your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. Okay, there's your opportunity. I'm sure he's going to go over the money machine in a exactly a 161. So I create my own set of parameters, my own column scans. Okay, and when I click on something and I like what I see on our charts, then I trade from within Interactive Brokers. Yes. So for instance, a while ago, I took the short of ACHR. Oops. Oh, phew, I thought I was hung up. Okay. Now, why did I pick that one out of these? Because I liked what I saw on the daily chart. You know, it had broke for me personally. It had just broken down underneath 11, which I love. Well, it's not just one. It's not just one. Well, I mean, when you say gap, I mean these are momentum stocks right here. Okay, this biggest gain is from the start of the race. But if you're looking for a momentum, but these are not real time alerts. Okay, if you're looking for more real time alerts, you can go to my homepage, and I have a momentum scan. I also have a gap scan. If you go to my homepage link, you can take a look at these. Oops, not don't click on that. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to my scans, so here's a momentum scan, and typically these are stocks that have gap. Now, if now it depends what you mean by the gap. I mean the gap in our definition, of course, is the first print of the day. So doesn't mean so a stock could be up 20%, but it doesn't mean the gap, of course, was 20%. It just means it's up 20% now. The gap could have been only 1%. Remember, it's the first. Well, that's our definition, the first print of the day. But if you're looking for gap continuation or reversal type scans, you can click on this. I'll show you what it looks like. And I may bring this back now that we're back into earnings season. I'm not using it right now. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means I've got other things that I'm liking to use right now. So what this is looking at. So notice it's called gap continuation or reversal, and it's a multi-strategy window. Now you can break these out individually, but this is what I mean. If I look at Beyond right now, If I right click on in the window and I hover over strategies, I have got four. These are just alert windows, okay, scans that I've created. One's a gap up and go, one's a gap down and reverse, one's a gap up and reverse, and a gap down and go. So a gap up and go would mean when I got, and it's color, they're all color coded. So what a gap up and go would mean at the time of the alert, it had gapped up and it kept moving higher. Okay. Of course, it doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher even at the time of the alert. Okay. It doesn't mean the next trade is going to be higher necessarily. But that's what it's telling you right here. The gap down and reversal would mean I saw the gap down and now it's starting to reverse. A gap up and reverse would mean it stopped the gapped up and now it's starting to reverse. And then a gap down and go. At the time of the alert, hit a gap down, and then the next it made a new low. Okay, that's what these do. Now you don't have to have them all. For instance, if all you cared about was stocks that gapped up and kept moving higher for a while anyway, you would uncheck the rest of these. They're all checked, as you can see. You don't have to look at them all, but you can take a look. You can take a look at this. You can see how the Beyond Meat now is obviously a gap up and reverse. How it gapped up and now it's really reversing, as an example. You say you have some trading experience, so I mean this is all color coded. So if the gap down and go meant at that time of the alert at 9:19, the stock had made another new low of the day and kept moving lower. Now, why did it not show it up here? Probably the filter values weren't met until well, in fact, I don't know. Remember, no, I just loaded this, so it's going to start working at 11. When I loaded it. But if you load this at 9:30, you'll start. Now, I don't want to confuse the issue, but I don't. If I start using this again, what I've done is I've put a delay on this, so I don't want to see any alerts until at least 10 minutes after the market opens. The reason being is that stocks can gap up and down, up and down, up and down, right when the market opens. So I don't want to see them. I want to see them after it's settled down a little bit. Doesn't mean after 10 minutes everything is settled down, but certainly in the first 10 minutes, stock can gap up and down, up and down, up and down. It'll drive yourself crazy looking at all the alerts that you get. But you can take a look at these alert of the scans that I'm sharing. Maybe you can always tweak them. Maybe you don't like the price ranges I'm using. Maybe you want to add some filters that you like. It's just a template. That's all I call them. They're just templates of what I want to see, but it doesn't have to be what you want to see. Wow. That's so Mighty Mouse. I don't know if you shorted Beyond Meat, but even if you just waited for that VWAP break, would have been an awesome short. Talking to Mighty Mouse in our YouTube room. So you're trying to, are you short FinFan or are you trying to play a bounce? Or are you short it now? Oh, bounce. Well, bon chance, as they say. Um, so there's the halt price, 379, and potential open a little under. So I hope that, of course, it bounces for you. You're in at 390, or you were in earlier and you added a 390. Good luck. Okay, guys, 11:46. So in about 14 minutes. Now I'm going to see if I can get a link for the. I don't know if he's established it yet. He, meaning Dan, the CEO, if he's established it yet. I also have to make sure it's going to be him. Just want to. Okay, let me see for your. So it resumed. So it did resume, I guess, and good for you. All right, good for you. Even though it looked like it was going to open lower, it may have briefly, but good for you. Nice bounce now for you for the Beyond Meat, BYND, FinFen, FinFen no longer forever. And now it just got halted on the way up, so this may not be completely over for the day. Now look at it, 450 potential open right here. Remember now, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing. This blue window that you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, zero to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Here's your halt price, 431. Column is trying to show you where it could open. All right, RMP. I tried hard to not say armpit, but I'm sorry, I have to say armpit. RMP. Uh, why are you putting that in now? Oh, it's a halt. Yeah, it's a halt. I didn't know that. Wow. And it just halted again. Yeah. Not a lot of volume. I mean, there's hardly any volume. I'm sure the volume will pick up, but there's hardly any volume. I didn't even see this. Only 72,000 shares so far. I'm sure it will pick up though. Was a news halt first? Okay. Now it's very possible it would not have shown up for me because my minimum volume has to be 20,000. It's possible when I had the news halt, there's only 72,000 now. It's very possible that the news halt was under 20,000. Ah, a great old mining town, Timmins, Ontario. AM. Yeah. Okay, guys, 11:51. So I want to number one, make sure it is Dan. So see if there's a link yet. Pepe, you always seem to find the link, but We had a couple of false alarms last time, didn't we? The link got changed? Okay, not yet. Okay, so there's not a link yet, according to Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. So just waiting for a link. Well, I could do without William, but I don't think I could do without Pepe. Of course I am. All right, guys. Again, I'm getting set to take my break. I'm just waiting for the link so that I'll put the link in the main room and also in YouTube because remember, Dan does not take over my feed like on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday. The other traders that trade it is they take over my YouTube stream. But Dan creates his own. So how did Beyond Meat do? It came out of the halt, and yeah, I just have my doubts it's going to have this. But you know what? Why not? Well, as we way up here, there's the VWAP way up here at $6. Why not? Well, that's why I try to chuckle. William knows he's I'm. Of course, yeah. Others may not know that I'm kidding, but of course I'm just kidding regarding not needing William versus Pepe. If I had to make a heads or tails. Oh, via text, it's hard. Yes, via text, it's hard. You know what? It ain't over. Come on, Pepe. It's not Pepe, but PJ. It ain't over. And then you finish my sentence. It ain't over. Highly inappropriate, I guess, in this day and age, but you must know what I'm talking about, Pepe. Not Pepe. I'm sorry, not Pepe. PJ. I meant PJ. That's the one, Rick. I don't know who started that one. Well, maybe FinFan, but this is so wild now. I mean, it got up to 472 and then right back down to 430. So you're talking, I mean, you're talking some pretty, it depends where you put a stop, of course. Just give me one moment.
2. Association with opera, the Fat Lady is widely understood to be a reference to the stereotypical, often heavyset soprano, who traditionally plays the dramatic concluding roles in grand operas. To the
So
gift,
there you go, guys. I just asked Gemini, and but it also has a sports. It has now been taken over by because who goes to opera anymore? It's a sports analogy also. That started in the 70s. Anyway, all right, guys. 11:57. I hope we get a link pretty soon. Ah, here we go. Hopefully, this is the right link. Okay, I'm going to put this link in, guys. Looks like this could be the yes. I think Dan is actually. I wonder if he's actually presenting now, but I see his screen. So here is a link. You guys, I think, can head over. Oh, thank you. See if it's the same one. Yes, it's the same one. So there's a link. Looks like Dan is starting the presentation, or at least the his screen is being presented. So for those of you in YouTube, come back though. Please come back after Dan is done. So I'm going to take my break now, guys. Okay, and Dan will be there between. Well, he usually goes at least till 1 o'clock, and sometimes a little bit later. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. Okay, guys. So I'm going to mute myself now. So we'll see you guys in about an hour, okay, in the main room. And I'm muting myself now also in our YouTube room. I've put the link to get into Dan's YouTube presentation in the YouTube link also room also, okay? I I'll just put this above so you guys can still hear me in YouTube. Okay, so I'm muting myself now in our YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm back a little bit late. I was just listening to the tail end of Dan. I caught about 10 minutes, I guess. Okay, so I am actually in this one, guys. This is why you've probably seen it on my screen for a little while. BIOA. I'm in this one right around the same level. Want to see if it has any sort of a pop. Why would I take this one? Well, look at the monthly chart. So their high right there is 602. So it's, a little bit above that, but it's all about the monthly chart. I don't really remember what happened here, but it did get up to 20, over $20. So now it just had, just as we're speaking, I don't want to see it get down below 6 very much, but yeah, it's a little bit. I mean, the volume is. I mean, the relative volume is great, 16 times. But I'm just watching this. Well, I'm in it. I'm not just watching it. I'm actually in this one, the BIOA, and I just want to see if it can hold at least over 6 and start to make a bit of a move. But 599 now in the bid. That bid has to get back over 6 or I'm out. It's basically where I bought it. Just gonna do this a little bit longer here. The bid ask is 599, 604. I do want to see this get back up to 6 on the bid. And I'm talking about the BIOA. Meanwhile, this armpit, man, oh man, what a move. What a move off the. Now, is this halted again? It's halted right now? It's been halted then for a while, I think, right? ARMP, has it been halted for a while now? No. The resumed, well, I see that it's, well, I don't know what to say. Well, it's halted now for sure. 1375. It's definitely halted now. This is from Interactive Brokers, so it's halted now. What a, oh, somebody brought it up right when it was around here. There's some kind of was a news halt earlier. The volume was putrid, but look at it now, 3.3 million now. It's been at least a 15-minute halt. Okay, yeah, because we're. It was you again, Ob. Okay. ESLA, not to be confused with Tesla, but ESLA, ESLA, Australia, Star Immunopharma. Another one with some room on the monthly chart. Okay, guys. Well, while I'm waiting to see if this BIOA can accelerate off that 6 level in a bigger way, I'm going to go over my homepage one last time. Today, whoops, wrong link. Okay, guys. So there's my homepage link. Again, take a look at it and subscription. You want to take out a subscription. Here's how you can do it. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of either a premium or a standard subscription. All I ask, please use my code, whatever the code is. Helps to keep the rooms free. If you use my code, company tracks the promo code. So again, if they see my code being used enough times, they'll keep the rooms free. I see it just opened. Oh, wow. And did it ever? ARMP just opened and 16 now. Good grief. It's interesting that we're not taking into that account, William, because we're having this as an all-time high. We're not taking that into account. The reverse splits, normally we do. And that is for the ARMP. Okay, so if you do take out a subscription, you can use this promo code to get 15% off. Scroll down a bit, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder first. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us. If you do take out a subscription, click on the education section, the more info. First thing you must do is the getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos. If you don't have trade ideas, I would start off with the second video, then take a look at the remaining 11. That should give you an idea about whether or not this is the right program for you, at least to try us. Okay. You can always try us for a month and just to see if you like it. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos free. Okay. Free set of 15 videos if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are. So if you any questions about them, just ask me. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Well, the BIOA is starting to wear me out. It's just a little under where I bought it. Don't want to see it get too far under 6. This, of course, is not sure. Okay, I see Beyond Meat resumed, and I guess it got halted on the way down. And now it's having a little no shorts now for me. Now, I think this was the one I had about 2 million shorts or something. They're all gone now at Interactive Brokers. If you're using Barry 15, you should not get an input. You should not get an error. You're using Barry 15. I'm talking to Ali Wong. Using Barry 15, you should not get an input error. Let me just try it. Give me a moment, okay? That's my pretty standard code. Oh, well, no, Barry 30 is gone. You have to wait. Barry 30 is gone, okay? It was on for quite a few weeks, maybe 2 weeks anyway, but it elapsed, I think, I want to say last Wednesday, so a week ago. Now we'll have something coming up for. Are you talking about getting an annual subscription? Were you looking at? Yeah, A premium annual subscription? Hmm. Probably get you 25 if you're happy with the 25. 30 is definitely I cannot create a 30. Would you take a 25? I feel I'm not a, don't have to be a nothing wrong with being a car salesman, but I'm not trying to, let me just see what I can do here. Wanna make sure it works, okay? Yeah, it works, okay. Let me, private message you, okay? I'm gonna private message you, Ali. No, all I ask is that you use my homepage to do it. So I'm gonna private message you. So use my homepage, and then if you okay, there's the promo code you can use. So go to my homepage and then use that promo code, okay? No problem. That sounds like drug prices, William. All right, you know what? I'm dumping my, I might take a look at it later just because of the room it's got, but I'm out of the VIOA. Might take a look at it later though, in case it, gets back over, say the 610 mark. That's what I'll do. I'll put a price alert around 610 and see if it, gets back over just because of the room it's got on the, monthly chart. I'll just put a price alert up here. Oh, here's another one. Nice one, guys. Wow, another one with a lot of room. Inva, INVA. Look at that room on the monthly, $21. So what is that? That will be about $1.40, $1.70, 50 or so. So that is a lot of room. Go back to my daily chart, see if there's anything else. Ah, that's why you have to look at the daily chart in a big way also. Look at that 200-day moving average. So I would not take it. 200-day moving average at 1880 or so. So I would never take this right now. All right. Well, this has been quite an active one, as the one that got absolutely creamed is ARC T, ARCT. Had mid-stage results, got hammered down, still down 55%, but it's been really chopping around. over the VWAP. So 10 looks like it's trying to hold it. The CCCX is, I think somebody was in this one earlier in the day. Hopefully you're out. Nice move though. Got up to 1659. Green moment, guys. Green moment, guys. Oh, just give me a moment. Typing. No, I like this INVA, but remember we saw the 200-day moving average. Now it's got right into it. Now, listen, if it takes it out, what's the next high looking left? 1913. So it's a little bit away, but it's coming right into that 200-day moving average, INVA. Let's see if it really does truly stall it. So, William, you made a comment. I think I was just caught. I was on my break, and you said at least there's a reason for the market dropping. Are you talking because of Netflix and things like that, or is there some? Was there something else? I mean, this is a big drop now. I mean, we're talking 6 points. 6 points. That again, that's a big drop. Maybe not on a percentage basis because SPY's up at 600, but still on a point level, that is a big drop. Bonds, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, William. Okay, thank you. I didn't see that. I put the SPY up here, but I didn't see that announcement. A lot of times, I will see an announcement like that. Yeah, ETFs going wild. The short ETFs are probably just going wild with this market. Well, this is shortable for me, but boy, Koya, this is an AI alert to short. It doesn't look that nice on a 2-minute chart. Too choppy. Well, maybe keep an eye on the GSIT, okay? The GSIT, it is hanging over 12 again. Very challenging all day though, but it is hanging over 12 and also the VWAP. 1221 is the VWAP. You can see it's right on the VWAP as we speak. So maybe if this holds it, it might have another late day run. Did get as high as almost 14. Thank you, Obi. Well, guys, listen, it's 1:31, so unless something really gets me going here, I mean, I'm probably going to take off at 2. Now, William said he'll keep the room open probably a little after 4 because Tesla and IBM have earnings. So even when I'm gone, the room probably will be open for another couple of hours. Are you kidding me? Jorf F just got halted. This is a 2-cent stock, 4-cent stock. Consolidated Lithium Metals, excuse me. Pink sheet stock. All right. Here's ARMP now, halted on the way down or just resumed? Resumed on the way down. So, I mean, guys, it was tremendous. I mean, it went from 342 all the way up to 16, and it just got halted again on the way down. Not shortable for me. Okay, so this has got a little bit of room. This Wolf, not Wolf, WULF. Okay, Terra Wolf, a little bit of room. I think the low right there is 1189, so it's a little bit below that low. So the next low looking left is around 1122, 1125 or so. So it's got a little bit of room. Is it going to follow the market down? I mean, it's been trending down, obviously. Big float, 313 million, 27 million have traded, which is 1.23 times normal. Who was that guy that told me not to buy ARCT? Who is that guy? Speaking of that one, what about the NEUP? Did you decide to hold on? Doesn't look like you did. I don't think you would have. Obi, okay, it was Obi. I thought it was you, William, but I guess it was Obi told me not to buy. And of course, I'm kidding. NEUP. This he had a very minor bounce yesterday. No, I know, Obi. I know. I know it was William. Okay, so then the unusual tech. This is a common question, not just for the MACD, but other alerts that we've got. Okay, so a lot of these, like I'm assuming I don't use the MACD alert, but I know the, for instance, the VWAP alert and others, they require some volume also. So let me just see if it's explained at all. Okay, I want to see if it's explained because sometimes it does look like the alerts are very. So I'm just going to do get it. Click on the help. Give me a moment. I'm just reading. You can always click on help, get a really detailed. Hmm. Doesn't say, but I think it probably requires some kind of volume. A lot of these crosses that we've got require a volume confirmation because you don't want to, if it crosses on one share, is it really relevant? Just looking though, a lot of times it is sort of somewhat explained. Let me just ask somebody traded as may know. Yeah, I'm just going to see if one of the guys knows. A lot of times it requires. Yeah, I know. But if you look at, but I absolutely know. For instance, the SMA crosses. That's the one that really drives people crazy. The SMA crosses that we've got absolutely require some volume confirmation because I guess they looked at that and said, you know what? I mean, what if it crosses on one share or 10 shares or um, and that's been like that forever. Nothing I can do about it. The company's not going to do anything about it in that regard. So now it all depends on how far. Like if it triggers 5 or 10 bars after it's crossed, and what's the lowest we've got is a 5 minute. Again, MACD is something I've never used, but yeah. So I mean, if you're talking about so 5 minutes, are you if you're talking about 25 or 50 minutes after, I mean that's terrible, obviously, unless the volume is just really, really bad. Now, have you been able to determine whether or not what sort of volume you're getting on these crosses? Just by looking at a volume bar? Is it every single one of the crosses or is it just the odd one or cheaper stocks? Why don't you can you give me your cloud link just out of curiosity? I'll load it and just see what I'm getting. Okay. You know how to give me your cloud link? Sure. Okay. I'll just load it. I want to see what's happening on my end. And it's I just need the one scan, right? I don't want your layout, just the one scan. It's interesting because the guys are just give me a moment, okay? I want to see something here. Maybe I missed that. It says that it doesn't need volume confirmation, but just give me a moment. He looked at 10 minutes, but signal should be the same for every one of them. I'm not seeing it right here, but Steve is showing me this. Well, look what he's. You know what? I wonder if he's Mac. I wonder if he has. I wonder if he's asked Chat GPT, because that's. I don't think that's right then, because he's saying do not specifically require volume confirmation. All right, let me see. Take a look at that one. Never have I used MACD. So not 140. So that was the last one you had. Okay. I want to see the next one. Obviously, it hasn't moved. I mean, that was the well, that was the alert. Okay. No, I guess I'm going to have to. Well, I have to have some MACD or something on my. Well, let me see the next alert I get. See what it's looking like. So you're looking at stocks that are basically very close to the VWAP, no more than 1% above, no more than 0.45% below. Okay. Was that you yesterday? You didn't. You weren't using the same name, I don't think. But was that you yesterday asking for something like this? Somebody else was asking for something about a MACD cross and wanting the stock to be under the VWAP or something to that effect. Is that you or is that? Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, let me. Not probably going to get too many alerts because of the restrictive nature of the VWAP, which is okay. Oh, I see. After the VWAP was removed. Okay. Let me. Okay. Here's PMT at 12:53. So where do you think the cross was? Because obviously I don't have the visual presentation. Now this is on a 5 minute. I don't have the visual presentation of the MACD crossing. So how close is it at 12 when you get the alert at 12:53? I guess my question is, so we're saying the cross is at around 12:53. Where do you think it was in this particular case? Now I know you said maybe 20% of them are not giving you what you think you should get. How about four at 12:36? I don't think I can put well, let me see here. You guys can't do this. I know you don't have the MACD on here. So you're talking about the first one, you're talking about the PMT? Okay, well, there's 145, so that's pretty close. I mean, remember, it's rounded, so that's pretty close. Certainly not 5 or 10 bars away, but what was the price? And where are you finding that 144? You're using another charting program, I'm assuming, or something else? Like, where are you finding that at 144 PMT cross below? Now your alert is above. Okay, I mean, your alert is above, but okay, the same thing with Ford. Ford was like 145. Okay, so that so is it the time of the is it the time of the alert? Oh, I see. I see what you mean. So it's they're saying it crossed above here at 145, and you're saying the MACD is below. Yeah, then I have no explanation. I'm sorry. You might want to, again, send something into us and have them out, try to analyze it. But Pepe says it does require volume, even though Steve, yeah. So I have, oh, it does not require volume. Does not. Okay, so are you changing because it says here does need volume confirmation, and now you're saying it does not? You mistyped. Okay. But why you're getting, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know why. These are things I just can't answer, I mean, it has to go to the development guys and so what I would do is oh, the link, okay, the link above. Okay, these are the ones that do. Okay, with the volume. I mean, if you're really wanting to know, I mean, I don't know how they're going to be able to help you, but info@trade-ideas.com, okay? And just say you're going to have to give them some pretty specific examples. Well, don't tinker with that one then, unusual. Tinker with something that we know works. I'm kidding, of course, but hey, guess what's not dead? Beyond Meat is not quite dead yet. Yeah, I've never used it. Never used the MACD. Never used. I have not used probably 95% of the stuff that we've got. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means, for my style of trading, I've never really needed it. Or at least I didn't think I needed it. So BYND guys, believe it or not, it is trying to curl and it's far enough away from that VWAP that if you want to take a flyer at this one, it's trying to curl. See, it's trying to transition from that orange downtrend, very narrow blue trend now, which again, blue is a means the trend is starting to get stronger again in the upside. So yeah, so what Steve posted there, Pepe, that was actually yeah, that's he asked MacD or Chat GPT that question about our MACD cross alerts, and that's the answer they got. He got so that worked nicely. All right, guys. Now let's take a look at the BIOA. Sorry, back over 6, but I want to see a bid of about 610. Alcoa, yes. Yeah, I've never used it to be on. Not with our stuff. But yeah, I don't know how probably why see Alcoa. So ahead of earnings, market is saying, you know what? We don't think these earnings are going to be that great. But on the other hand, okay, the market is moving down. So Alcoa being a major stock is probably just moving down with the market. And this is not just a matter of waiting for the bar to close, also, right? A 5-minute bar to close. But even if you're waiting for the bar to close, that shouldn't be 5 or 10 later. Yeah, there's my ARC-T going without me. It's funny, William, your analysis of any EUP, that should have been the one. That should have been the one that's doing something like this based on your analysis, right? Because you said that it wasn't as bad as especially with the Merck deal. And just, it just goes to show just because fundamentally, you look at something and you think it should go in a certain direction, and it just doesn't do it. And others that you think should not do anything do it. Anyway, there will be one tomorrow, I'm sure, some beaten up bio, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a tough one, how the market perceives the remaining drug candidates. Though you would have thought with NEUP yesterday, just the fact they got the deal with Merck, but obviously it just didn't matter. Not yet anyway. You know what though? Probably prudent to put a price alert for NEUP over 5 in case it happens that well, I actually have one. 524, I have a price alert set up here just in case it has a recovery sometime in the future. All right, guys, GSIT, I'm still kind of pointing this out because it's still hanging over 12. And I mean, it's at the VWAP again, right at that VWAP again. And, had the big pop earlier today up to 1372. So there's plenty of room there. And of course, yesterday up to 1716, did a financing at $10. So it shrugged that off fairly well now, not being punished that severely, and it's starting to move. Okay, guys, it's 1:59, so I think I'm going to be taking off pretty soon. I'll hang around another couple of minutes if there are some questions. If not, always like to thank everybody for all the help all day long. Much appreciated. The main room will open tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We will do it. We'll try to get the YouTube room going between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. And I will put my homepage link into our YouTube room. So if you do want to head over to the main room, so there, even when I'm gone, that room will be open probably a little after, well, at least till 4. William will keep the room open at least till 4. And nobody's on the mic and no screen sharing, but there's still interaction amongst traders. So for those of you in YouTube, if you want to head over to that main room, just click on my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down just a little bit and on the right-hand side, trading room, okay, that gets you into what I call the main room. Because I do have to shut YouTube down completely, not keep it up and running. All right, guys, I don't see any questions, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to mute myself now in the main room and stop the screen sharing. And now I have to shut down the YouTube stream right now.